Hey folks, it's Atonuv Open Studio. Just getting started for the day. Hope everyone's doing great. It's been a really awesome couple of days here. So, same format as always. If you've been working on a mix and would like some fresh perspective, you can send it to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. Guidelines scrolling at the top of the page if you want to give those a read. And yeah. Always feel free to ask a question in chat. And if you are not currently making music and just want to listen to some great tunes, well, that always happens as well. So, right now, this is a track by Kaido, who comes here regularly, and I just really love how this turned out. Big step forward in the mixing process. So, repping that track on the stream. Oh, got something from Elias in the inbox. That's awesome. And for anyone just joining in, this is Atonuv Open Studio. Here every single day at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you've been working on a track and would like some fresh perspective on it, just send it on into my email. We'll play it on stream and see what's going on with it. Hope everyone's doing great. And looking forward to another awesome night of hanging out with you. Elias, good to see ya. It's pretty good. How you doing? Yeah, absolutely. Totally understand. But yeah, it's gotten it's actually started to pick up a little bit. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah. And I saw that you sent me something. So let's take a listen to that. Sweet. Yeah, let's see what's happening here.
Girl, you know you got me in the mood. The way that you move got me choosing. Pick up on all of your cues. Hop in the whip, now we cruising. You know you got me in the mood. The way that you move so seducing. Pick up on all of your cues. You love the game I'm pursuing.
Oh, you gotta keep making this happen. Basically, like, we've been talking about a lot of stuff, and you just applied it from the get-go. And like the bass is huge, lots of perceivable bass. Uh and oh yeah, those are the tracks from yesterday. I just didn't clear out the session yet. So, yeah, we're just beginning for the day. I was lazy. Um yeah, my biggest like my biggest thing to say are compliments. Like I can just tell that you set out with a really, really solid opening set of moves, and so everything is better. Um, I would just did you pop a limiter on it to send, or are you mixing into a limiter? That would be like my one thing. Like if you're mixing into the limiter, I would recommend, gain staging it out and calibrating your monitors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the thing that I say. But I'm assuming that you just bounced it to a limiter to send. And then, yeah, the number one thing that I have to say about is like finish it, because that's really good. It sounds awesome. Yeah, cool. That makes sense. Throw the limiter on so that the singer doesn't think that it's weak, et cetera, et cetera. Standard move. But the mix is just really good. It's really well represented, and that low end is massive, like massive and clean, and um, it's gonna really work. So I'm just gonna go ahead and play. It's kind of short. I want this to be done.
You know you got me in the mood. The way that you move got me choosing. Pick up on all of your cues. Hop in the whip, now we cruising. You know you got me in the mood. The way that you move so seducing. Pick up on all of your cues. You love the game I'm pursuing.
Stereo imaging is good. Yeah, I just want to see where this goes. And oh, right on. Nothing major. I was just like, this is good, basically. Like, the low end is huge. I want it to be finished. I would be you're kind of, it's not done, but it's already mixed. So, sometimes it's like mixing yourself into a corner a little bit. So make sure that you're leaving yourself room to do, like some automation and some change ups to, make the track breathe and pump, make sure that you're leaving yourself, like you've made so many really, really strong opening moves. You don't want to just rely on those all the way through to the end stage. So this is just like words of caution, basically. Like, this is very good as it is. So make sure that you're not getting too locked into it so that you can find places where the beat could break up a little bit, or where you could bring in new elements or take things away, etc., etc., etc. But we're playing like imagination, prognostication at this point. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's super good though. It's in a great place. So for anyone watching, it's a ton of open studio. We're doing the thing that we do. If you want to send something in, feel free to send it to my email. Take a listen and poke around at it. Let's just put on some music. Cool. Solid questions. If you're doing narrow cuts in the low end, then it has to be dead on the money. Like think about the way that everything scales. So like 30 to 60 is 30 cycles, it's 30 delineations, and that's an octave spread over 30. Okay. 1 to 2K is an octave spread over 1,000 units. So the lower we go, the more precise we have to be with our decisions, basically. So yeah, if you're going to do narrow cuts in the low end, they've got to be dead on the money. So I'm like, as a result of that phenomena, I'd say that I am pretty broad in the low end. Well, because it's kind of a confluence of factors. It's like, okay, so we have to be like very, very, very on the money on low end cuts, but also, the amount of masking is less and less forgiving the lower we go. Two elements competing for 1K is very different than two elements competing for 60. They will just smear, down at 60, they're going to just cut each other out entirely and take away from each other's power. Whereas blending things up in the mids, like low mids, we have to be careful. So we have to be most careful down at the bottom, and then it's an increasing amount of being less and less careful, basically. So like what I'll do as far as the effect of narrow cuts in like upper mid range, like even like, so from like 500 to 1K and then like 1K to 2K, I'll do narrow cuts on very similar instruments, things that are voiced approximately the same, or if we have like layers of the same thing, vocal layers or guitar layers, I'll do really narrow cuts, like maybe like 2 or 3 per instrument, so that those similar instruments kind of jigsaw on top of each other a little bit at like relatively narrow parts of their frequency band. So then we get like a little more definition, and we get we get more depth, and we get more kind of like the psychoacoustic effect of like, this is a layered thing, because they're they're getting kind of like band notched out a little bit on top of each other, and it sounds cool. And so yeah, sometimes like narrow cuts like that is like a cool trick. And then there's also a degree of just like if something is like really, really fighting and like the whole mix is muddy or something like that, I'll get pretty aggressive and go pretty wide with cuts. Like sometimes. It really depends on where the mix is at. And there's the boost wide, cut narrow is a like it's a saying, and it has it's grounded in a lot of like precedent, and there are lots and lots of situations where it is a good move, but then there are also situations where doing a wide cut is the answer. And we can just, if we're in a really busy mix with a lot of stuff going on, we've got like 4 electric guitars and bass and drums and everything, like I'll absolutely just take like a 1 or 2 octave bell to the guitars and just cut out like lots and lots of low mids and just let bass take it. If it's a really, really, like if the arrangement is good and everything's well recorded, then I want to give that energy to the bass, and the more that I can do there, the cleaner it'll turn out in the end. And you hear it on a lot of like it kind of like a classic example, like on a lot of like 60s and 70s recordings that are very, very dense, like rock arrangements. If you hear the vocals in isolation, they're just like occasionally straight up band passed, and like that like really, really nice classic sound of those records. Those vocals are like pretty telephony, like high passed pretty high up, and low passed pretty down low. And then that's just forcing the vocals into the mid range, but then and then spreading out low end and low mids and treble up in the instruments, and then it functions as a mix, as a unit. And the vocals by themselves are like telephony and band passed, but they sound great in the mix. So that's like it's kind of a more than one way to skin a cat situation. And then when faders are outside of plus minus 6 dB, I mean, basically they just get less and less efficient. Because it's a logarithmic scale, if I remember the exact math word. But yeah, the further, you're not going to do something bad, but you're just getting less and less efficient with your moves. And if you're finding yourself needing to constantly ride faders more than plus or 6 minus dB, then there was probably something earlier on in the gain staging process that could have been handled a little bit cleaner, is what that would generally indicate. But then that said, there are some times that like riding a fader all the way from like negative 72 or 96, wherever our resolution is these days, sometimes that's the move. Like on an effect send or something like that, it can be sweet. So again, like there's a basic like overview of like we don't move beyond plus minus 6 because it's less efficient. But sometimes we want to bring a bus in from absolutely nothing. So like, yeah, absolutely ride the fader real hard. And then sometimes we're in the end game of a mix, and like we could go and redo everything, or we could automate a fader to push all the way to plus 20. And it's just like we can do it in one move. And if everything is working and it's not introducing any sort of like negative, like if that bus is pushing into the master and we're not clipping and we're not hitting our lower resolution, you have to move it more to do less. So yeah, And it's like in an ideal situation, you've got your mix balanced to the point that when you start moving faders, that you are able to get the shaping and the control that you need and that you want out of no, not lower sound quality, lower resolution on the fader itself. Like you have to do a bigger move to do less. You won't be getting like the act of moving the fader itself in a DAW isn't going to cause you lower sound quality. It's just that it potentially is indicating that you have made a move prior that is that was maybe unideal and could be changed higher up the ladder. So it's a mindset workflow thing. Um, Good high end info out of clean electric guitars. That's kind of I would go back to Rubber Soul for kind of um, the original template to do that. And then everything past that point is kind of an extension on that concept. But basically, Beatles mixes were always muddy. They still kind of are. Um, and, it's the technology of the day, et cetera, et cetera. And right around Rubber Soul, they wanted everything to get a little bit brighter. And basically, it came down to electric guitars are kind of inherently lacking in high end, and amps are lacking in high end. I mean, they literally, like, most amps don't produce anything above 10K. So that is when they switched to Stratocasters, which from the source of the instrument, it produces more high end harmonics. The guitars are brighter. So picking a deliberately brighter guitar at the source is basically the move. So like, okay, so there's the Beatles. I could just kind of go through some examples, but it's just like, so Beatles, they swapped out like two guitars that just had more high end, just straight from the guitar. And then there is then we start working in like amplifier settings. So it's like getting an amplifier that produces like a clean, high end, chimey tone. So reaching for something like a Fender Twin, like if you're so in this situation, it's like if you don't have access to like a really nice amp or a really nice electric guitar, then I would lean on like amp modeling. Like it's pretty good, and within a mix, you can definitely make it work, and a lot of people are doing that now. So like if we want like a chimey high end guitar, it's like, well, let's load up an impulse response of a Strat, and then throw that into a Fender Twin uh, amp model, and it'll be pretty gosh darn chimey. And then we get into the world of, okay, so we've got like chime, Fender Twin sound, Strat sound. And then we can take it a step further into like Brian May territory, and then that's introducing like range booster, treble booster, pedals into the chain. So that's like further saturating upper end harmonics before the signal hits the amp, and then that produces more high end from the source. So it basically comes down to that. Like from every single step of the signal chain, we are preserving and or boosting upper end harmonics to just squeeze as much life as possible from that guitar. And then if we're using like a real Strat and a real Fender Twin, then we mic it. We do like double miking techniques, and we'll probably uh, you know use a mic that's really really mid range focused, like the SM57, and then blend that with something like a ribbon or like any number of like spice and taste mics, and then we'll kind of grab like extended range from that second mic. And in many cases, like the 57 is just like a solid move for guitars because of how mid-range focused it is, and then we introduce something that's a little more extended. We get that clean, bright chime. And then in bedroom situations, like guitar into an instrument channel on an interface or through a DI, and then run it into an amp sim, and then use uh, kind of copy that workflow and that signal path. So like Strat, range booster for that Brian May, and a Fender Twin emulation, and then that's going to be about as much clean high end that you can get out of a guitar. And for anyone just joining in, this is Atonuv Open Studio. Hope everyone is having a really good Wednesday. It's Wednesday, isn't it? If you've been working on a track and would like me to take a listen, feel free to send it to my email or drop it in the Discord. Feel free to join the Discord if you would like. It's starting to get hopping. Yeah, that's where we're at. Let's check on Guinness. He's doing pretty good. I bumped the camera and it wasn't perfect. So there's Guinness. He's awesome. He just did a big old dog sigh, so he's having a good time. I'm having a good time. It is super cool to be here. Yeah, Elias, you have a good one too. Yeah, so basically to do it as simple as possible, there is, when using a EQ, a small risk that you will get like phasing artifacts in that band that you are selecting. And if you're doing like a bunch of layered stuff or stereo imaging, then it could mess up your phase correlation within that frequency and then lead to cancellations. That's the long story short. If you're ever concerned with this occurring, then use a linear phase EQ. It just takes up slightly more CPU, and it will it'll put your mind at ease. But like sometimes a solid move on like big stereo effects or like overheads or reverbs. And Jameson, nice to see you on the stream. And for stuff like that, or if you're going to be like really, really drastic with like narrow cuts and stuff, that is technically where you get the highest degree of phase artifacts. But also, it's like of like mild concern. And yeah, Jameson, I absolutely do. That is the primary thing. You can send stuff to my email or you can drop it on the Discord. There are some guidelines at the top of the screen for sending stuff in. Mason, was that simple enough? Uh Honestly, no. Like I said, it's I'm also like, again, I'm not using that like an abundance of uh parametric EQs, and I'll switch to linear phase on like the biggest parts of the stereo track, or if I'm going to be like very aggressive with it. And yeah, so the pre-ringing is like if it phase shifts up top, then you'll get slightly delayed moments of the channel, and around that frequency, it'll pop in before it hits in the main. Like that is possible. But also it will be dependent on how aggressive you're being, and if you're kind of the like old school thing about it is that like people did lots of lots of mixes without linear phase EQ, and they are fine. And but also people used to not use 50,000 parametrics on every single mix. So if you are being aggressive with your EQ and using a bunch of them, then consider swapping out linear phase. And also, like, it's also sometimes a matter of just going like the very simple, like, does it sound better test? You know, most parametrics can switch between linear phase and regular phase, and you can just like click it and go like, is it better? And then it can be that simple. Just like checking if bass should go in rear bus. Like, is it better? And then that's the decision tree. Yes or no. All right, Jameson, let's get this track loaded up.
One gunshot and I'm gonna call it. Is it tonight or am I just falling deep in your arms to another place? And it's like a dream and I can't escape. Will I cry or will I find an end into this place? Cause I feel like I'm falling deep into a place that I can't escape. And it feels like I've made a mistake. Mistakes go on and I can't help it. Wish I had a clue on how to end it. I get caught up in a tough time. Always in my mind, you running circles in my pastime. Always leaving me uncertain, I don't think you'll pass by. All the times you say you love me, girl, you're never about mine. I don't think I see no change. Girl, you always playing games, but you're stuck inside my brain. And I don't think I'll be the same. It's like we're dancing in the rain. I'm just waiting for you to come through. All the memories we had, I don't think I'll come back. Waiting on you. Break my conscience again. Fill my soul with regret. You don't love, take it back. You don't trust, you attack. I don't wanna feel again, I'm hurting. I don't care what's in store for my burden. I don't really care what you want from me. Oh yeah, what you want from me. One gunshot and I'm gonna call it. Is it tonight or am I just falling deep in your arms to another place? And it's like a dream and I can't escape. Will I cry or will I find an end into this place? Cause I feel like I'm falling deep into a place that I can't escape. And it feels like I've made a mistake.
Cool track. Couple of things to consider. So first off, I just need to check something.
I get caught up in a tough time. Always in my mind, you running circles in my pastime. Always leaving me uncertain, I don't think you'll pass by. All the times you say you love me, girl, you're never about mine. I don't think I see no change. Girl, you always playing games, but you're stuck inside my brain.
Okay. So this is Phoenix, cool to have you. And I saw that you sent something right at the end of last night, so I'll totally get to that. Basically, this is clipping consistently throughout, and you've got you're like 1 dB over for the entire time, and it's pushing into like audible overs. So I would lock in a true peak limiter and run with that. And then I would make sure, so we've got like these digital overs, and then it sounds like there's a fair degree of clipping built in. Some of it is like some deliberate kick saturation. I would consider dialing that back like 1 or 2 clicks. You're getting an aggressive kick, but it's you've kind of got like the kick. You're kind of doubling up on your moves. The kick is tuned up pretty high, so it's already very present. Has a lot of like mid-range meat. That's like totally cool. But then you're doubling down on also saturating that kick. So it's kind of like, let's dial back on like one of those elements, like bring the kick a little bit lower or a little bit out of the mid range, or dial back a little bit on that saturation, like 1 or 2 clicks. Just to, it's kind of un-hi-fiing it a little bit too much. You've got, let's see, let me do another listen.
Always in my mind, you running circles in my pastime. Always leaving me uncertain, I don't think you'll pass by. All the times you say you love me, girl, you never been mine. I don't think I see no change. Girl, you always playing games, but you suck as.
So low end is kind of in a weird place here. So you've got the kick tuned up pretty high. You've got a whole lot of 808 happening in the 30 to 60 range. I would dial that back, like it's not egregious, but like a dB and a half back in that region. You can hit exclamation point 30 for a video going into that a little bit. And then there's not a lot of perceivable bass coming from any of the elements, and we've got this thing where the kick is tuned up really high, up into like 120, 130, and that's where like some bass could go and live. And the guitars are also extending really low, so they're gonna fight with any sort of bass element there. And then those guitars are like pretty buried and muddy in the mix. They're incredibly scooped out. So the vocal really stands on top, but we could maintain that strong vocal presence and also we could definitely brighten up those guitars. And they would fill out the mix, and the mix would like I'm talking about like 1 to 2K. They could kind of blend with the vocals there, and then that's going to push the perceived loudness of the mix by letting, because the guitar sounds great, but it doesn't have any meat and it doesn't have any bite, and that's going to be specifically 1 to 2K. They'll feel brighter. The whole mix will lift as a result, and then maybe some stuff could get shaped away from the like low end of those guitars to let something that provides more like a consistent like woom, like quarter note, half note bass pattern, so that we're riding the groove a little bit more. We just like kind of lack a consistent bottom end that, like, generally speaking, like within this style, what we would have like something that's riding between the beats. But vocals sound great. I love the snare. I love everything that's happening up in the detail range up top. It's just that there is room to increase perceived loudness, increase perceived bass, and just kind of lift the whole mix a little bit. But it's very good. And also it's clipping. So like fix that, couple of things, but this isn't like a huge amount of moves to get it just a little bit, a little bit tighter. Cool. And thanks for the follow. Yeah, we do this every single day starting at 6 Eastern. So if you ever do a revision and want to bounce it back, I totally am happy to listen to stuff as it progresses. Gonna load up that track that you sent last night. I accidentally bumped my camera and it's off center, and it's gonna bother me for forever. Yeah, less bothered. Biden won. Thanks for the follow. Is this a viral marketing campaign? Yeah, I love drill as long as it's like your own stuff and not like a remix or, copyrighted stuff. Totally happy to listen to anything. Cool. Could you set this to download in SoundCloud? I need the file to play it on stream. Cool. Yeah, Biden, I do this every day at 6 p.m. Eastern, so if you want to come in another time, I am always here. Yeah, right on. Okay. So this ending right here basically confirms how I'm feeling about the entire track. So like right here, here rather. Where was it? Okay, yeah, right here. Everything gets a little bit simpler, and now that kick is cutting through. So, like throughout this track, I would be a little more aggressive with carving space for the kick, and making sure that like as we add elements that they're not getting that they're not overly extending down like below 100. And yeah, just be a little more aggressive with that focus on your on the low lows, 80 and below. Let's really carve out that kick, and then really cool track, really great stuff. Everything is just a little bit scooped out in the in that like 1 to 2K range. Vocals are scooped. Instrument samples are scooped out there, so we could just generally bring up that region to just bring up a little more clarity in this mix, and then I think that it would be sitting in a really nice place. And then after we get that clarity, we would need this clarity first. Then there's an opportunity to boost up bass range. Like you could actually get more bass out of this track. It could be fatter, it could be fuller in that 100 to 200 region. But we definitely wouldn't want to just do that without bringing definition to like the vocal and some melody stuff, because we will definitely feel like it's already bordering on lacking clarity. So we want to make sure that we have that presence and that clarity, and then we can fatten it up a little bit. And if you are just popping in, this is Atonuv Open Studio here every single night at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you're working on a mix, I will happily take a listen to it and tell you. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I think that you could definitely call it final after those couple of tweaks and be happy with where it's at. It's a super cool track. Cool, Shrek. I'd love to hear it. That's cool. Beefing up a solo without that's cool, because if you always double track your solos, sometimes it's fun to try a new way of getting some tone out. So that's awesome. And then, like I was saying, here every day you can send tracks in. I'll tell you what's going on with it. There is. Let me do the daily Patreon shout out for Elias, Mason, Tyler, Sinux, and Ian. There is a patron tab down at the bottom of the screen. Right now it's got a link for Sinux. I need to get links from the other folks. So yeah, you get a little web page dedicated to the people. And also, if you are subscribing to the Twitch channel, hit me up and I will add you to the like shout out page. But I just hit me up with that. Okay. Got that track from you, Shrek.
How do you feel inside today? Are you content with endless pain? Abuse me, cut me with your hate. There's something keeping me in place. All in all, I am so weary. I'm dead inside, but I don't worry. It's cold in here like January. I'm tied inside my sanctuary. How do you feel? Do you feel? How do you feel inside today? Are you content with endless pain? Abuse me, cut me with your hate. There's something keeping me in place. All in all, I am so weary. I'm dead inside, but I don't worry. It's cold in here like January. I'm tied inside my sanctuary. How do you feel? Do you feel? How do you feel inside today? Are you content with endless pain? Abuse me, cut me with your hate. There's something keeping me in place. All in all, I am so weary. I'm dead inside, but I don't worry. It's cold in here like January. I'm tied inside my sanctuary. How do you feel? Do you feel?
Great. So I would be curious to hear it with drums. So it's like evaluating a mix, like without all of the elements is kind of like guessing about how good a cake will be before it's put in the oven or something like that. Like this mix as it stands by itself, I would want like a little more body and a little more chime out of that acoustic guitar. But that said, and I would probably just want more acoustic guitar. I would want more acoustic guitar, and I would want it to be more balanced in the stereo field so that it's more consistent. So like this mix as it stands, we would want the acoustic guitar pulled more into like a stereo, straight up, and or just mono that guitar. And have it be an anchor point for the mix is probably what I would go for in this context. And then I would really bring more out of that acoustic guitar. It would probably like it might not even be an EQ thing. It might be just like let's have more acoustic guitar. In all honesty, I love how that solo sounded. That sounded really beefy, really present. Really fit in with the mix. The vocals were sitting in a really nice place. Yeah, more is in louder. Like if this is the song, that acoustic guitar would have to come up for sure. But if it's a supporting rhythm element in the context of a greater percussion, like if there were drums or any sort of any sort of percussion happening, then I could see that guitar working in context of that. But as it stands, if it was just vocals and acoustic guitar and bass, then I would definitely have more acoustic guitar. And then that said, on the bass, if there wasn't kick and there wasn't a drum kit, I would want that bass to extend way lower, and I would want it to be way, way fatter and bassier, because it's all about context. Like if there's nothing else down there, let's throw bass down there in the context of this mix as it stands. But once again, if there's going to be percussion, all of these suggestions go out the window. So I don't want to, you don't want to like pre-mix before something is there, but those are the moves that you would need to consider. Yeah, guitar solo sounds fabulous. Sounds awesome. Really, really thick, really full, huge presence in the mix, not overbearing, no pokies. It just sounds very good. So that's awesome. Like, solid work on that. Great. Yeah. So if you're not adding drums, then like if this is the song, and absolutely not every single song needs drums, but not every, like, instrument mixes totally depend on what instruments are there. So this feels like a mix that has imaginary drums on it. So if you're not doing drums, pull that acoustic guitar into the center, maybe consider running it into like a stereo reverb, so that we, just get a little bit of like splash and definition pushed to the sides, like something very, very like a chamber, something classy on that guitar, and then bring more of that guitar into the mix and extend the bass down into the bottom. Let it have its full range. And then this could be sweet. I think it'd be awesome. Yeah, Shrek, absolutely. Always happy to do it. Your stuff is very cool. It would be hard to evaluate how the tone was until it's brought into the mix. I suspect that it just needs to be louder, but I could also see it being. I mean, honestly, you know what? I'm not going to guess any further than that. I would say it needs to be louder first and foremost. It needs to be more of a, because it is the sole rhythm element and it's like the only thing really backing up the vocal. It needs to just be brought significantly hotter into the mix, and be more of a defining part of the mix. It's just very pushed out to the background. So let's see how it stands once it's pushed into the mix a little bit more. And then it could need to be shaped a little bit differently. But no way to tell until it's done. And for anyone just stopping in, this is Atonuv Open Studio, here every single night, starting about 6 p.m. Eastern. If you've got a track that you would like a fresh set of ears on, you can send it to atonofrecords@gmail.com or drop it in the Discord, and I will take a listen, play it on stream, and we'll have a great time. I'll just go ahead and put on a little bit of music. And check on Guinness. Yeah, he's good. What kind of issues were you running into? And also, yeah, sometimes it doesn't go great, and that is a normal part of life. Yes. I mean, that's that's incredibly super normal. Basically, with soprano voices, it's a fight to get them to have body. So like when we mic a little bit towards the chest so that we just pick up a little bit of chest cavity and air and stuff. And then in the mix, we do like heavy parallel compression and mix that in to give like a full body to the voice because it's naturally present up in the upper mids. But then on the other end of the spectrum, alto, tenor, bass vocals, they're living pretty naturally in the low mids, absolutely. So, really easy to muddy up a track with that. So again, we might aim more to get we might aim for some nasal stuff, not traditionally what we would think of as ooh, that's what we want, that nasal, but that nasal bit, that's 1 to 2K. This is 1 to 2K. Okay? So we get a little bit of that naturally in the recording, through just directional miking stuff, even if the vocal doesn't naturally live there. We can try to get some of those nasal harmonics to translate into the mic. So we feed it a little bit more of that information, and then in the mix, aim for using a chain that introduces little bits of harmonic saturation as it goes. So an analog modeled EQ, an analog modeled compressor, and then just pushing that saturation, which is going to excite those upper end harmonics that can help lift a voice that's naturally low, mid, heavy, out of the mix a little bit and give it that presence that it needs. And it's all about, it's if we're too dramatic on any one of those moves, if we only record the nose, or if we only lean on one saturator at the end of the mix, then it's going to sound pretty unnatural and not amazing at all. But if we just kind of spread the steps out throughout the process, then we can really combat that and dial in something pretty solid by the end of the mix. I heard communism. What's up? Thanks for the follow. Yeah, insecurity about vocals is super, super, super normal. And it's all about don't feel like your first time has to be exactly it. You got to find how you're going to get comfortable, and then the exact way to dial in. You got to figure out your sound and how it's going to get into the mix, what level of effects to use and all that. And also, it's 2020, pull up Melodyne or Auto-Tune or whatever flex pitch that you have, pitch correct it, and then use that pitch corrected version to kind of like, oh right, it's 2021. Cancel me. So you can send it to a ton of records at gmail.com. And then you could also hit !email and a robot will tell you all this. And then there are some guidelines for sending in tracks scrolling at the top of the screen. No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. So yeah, like I was saying, like if there are any sort of pitch things, like it's tune it up a little bit and then use that as a guide track to maybe double over. And then if it's your own voice kind of feeding back to yourself, it'll help you get on pitch, and then you can blend it with the pitch corrected track or take it away, kind of like training wheels, so on and so forth. And just like absolutely keep trying. Cool. And while you get that track sent in, I'm going to go grab some water and a cookie. I'll be right back. Guinness kind of thinks that he's going to get some of this cookie. Yeah, totally happy to take a look at this. And I haven't said it yet, but like the one rule of the stream is keep it positive in chat. for this very reason. We get a lot of stuff from people that are like just starting out, and I think that that's awesome. And I love hearing this stuff. What an absolute banger. It's a little bit short, so I would say make it longer. And also, I'm just going to let it, I'm going to listen to it and loop it a little bit so I can dial in some stuff for you. Okay, this is very good. So let's just move from bottom to top. There is a fair degree of just like rumble noise below 20 hertz, and that could just get cut out of your mix. Just high pass, brick wallet, around 20 on something like in the EDM world like this. From track to track, the more that you can do things from track to track, the better it'll be. And then your balance is very good. Like, of the entire mix, this mix is very good. Below 100 hertz, there's a lot of fighting between kick and bass and sub elements, and you gotta carve some space for your kick. We're not getting any thump. And also, like, this is something that I'm always, I mean, basically, unless you have, like, incredibly perfect monitoring and so on and so forth, it's hard to catch things like this, but this is what's going to make a track, like, sound super clean. Yeah, it's a good cup. Yeah, and yeah, use if you're having trouble hearing down there, and so on and so forth. Use some metering and just see if, and then basically like any degree of frequency sharing between instruments, like below 100, and like the lower you go, the worse that masking is on the frequency spectrum. So any degree of sharing, just pop open a meter and check it with your eyes, and you'll get better definition down there. So like as it stands right now, the kick needs to be able to do its job and do the thump 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 thing. So just carve some space for it. Somewhere in the 60 to 80 region. Just be very aggressive with cutting on elements around that kick. So, then mid-range, where stuff matters, very good. Like, it's awesome. It's very, very dialed in, and I would have very little to say about it other than it's very good. And then boilerplate thing, like this is a mix. It's not done. This. I mean, I would hope that this goes on much longer because it's very good, and I would want it to. I would really want it to play out. This isn't particularly loud yet, but you're already hitting 0. So maybe you're mixing into a limiter, or maybe you just like pinned things up against the ceiling. So I would caution against mixing into a limiter. I would it's cool. So awesome. Yeah. So it's gain staging, and fourth you could clip it, I guess, and then I could refer to it from now on. But it's you want to just set set a lower target on your master. There are various schools of thought on where to set that target, all based in varying degrees of like true things. The crux of it is that if you set a lower target and then like turn your monitors up or your headphones up, and let that take the work of like making a nice clean volume for you to feel. Yeah, we could play stream bingo to a degree. You set a lower peak target, and then you're not going to rely on just cramming things up against a limiter. You're going to make a cleaner mix where everybody works better together, basically, and then you're going to achieve fullness in the mix by like nailing your mix. So adjusting that part of your workflow is going to make this even better, basically. So there are lots of articles out there. There is a video that I just saw the other day on gain staging for electronic music, so I'm going to go ahead and drop that in chat. And I find this video to be very thorough and mostly totally great advice. I mean, it could happen. It could wind up happening. We could wind up losing gain stage talk, but I do love it. I really do. It's all good. Let's take a listen to this track. I don't think anyone is accusing anyone of being a robot here. Yeah, let's take a listen. Gonna have to start instituting the Voight comp test in chat. Yes, very true. Okay, solid vibes. Clean mix. Okay, so starting from the beginning of the track, like this this keyboard part right here has lots of garbage below like 30, and I would just get rid of that on the mix. Easy gains right there. And as far as like overall mix, it's really nice. I love what's happening here. The bass is really fat, you know, lots of like perceivable bass, 100 to 200. But also we have like so much perceivable bass, it's also occupying lots of room and it's totally eating the kick. So let's there's plenty of bass, so let's just take let's, you know, carve out like 15 hertz for that kick and let it thump. And then you'll be in great shape. And then everything just starts to fall off the cliff above 500. So like I know on the master you're generally doing like 15 or so. I mean just like, you know, carve a little patch for that kick to live. Not at 15 hertz, but like from like 60 to 75. You know, just a little patch of low end for it. So like around 60. Around 60, carve some space for the kick to be dead on specific, okay? 50, 60, 70, somewhere around there. Just give that kick some room to do its thing. And And then next thing, so above 500, everything just kind of drops off. So and like I know on the master, you generally do a great job of like balancing the mix, but let's do it in the mix instead. Let's pick specifically which instruments are going where in that mid-range and upper mid-range. Just find where they sound nice and then let them live there. And you'll get some solid stuff. Now, as is tradition, this isn't a sausage, so I'll go ahead. Oh, okay. Yeah. I forgot about the vocals. It's still, I would probably still give definition up in that region. But yeah, see how the vocals go. So I guess don't quote me on it. Yeah. So take care of that low end stuff, and I won't dive into the track since there's gonna be vocals. So it's kind of like I could give you unrealistic targets without everything in the mix. So I think this is great. Be prepared to add definition once those vocals get dropped in, though. And if anyone's just hanging out, that's awesome. If you are working on a track and want to send it in, you can send it to the email at the bottom of the screen or hit !email in the chat, and a robot will tell you what's up. Yeah, that's how it works. And it is always awesome to be here. If you are not making music, then you're still in for a really good time because we get tracks from really great stuff from all over the world. Cool, old track. Happy to take a listen.
Yesterday I woke up wasting time, and your eyes flicker in my heart and do. We've invented a new kind of love. Yesterday I woke up wasting time, and your eyes flicker in my heart.
I know a lot of people in here are way more familiar with FL than I am. Does anyone have a suggestion for a solid EQ?
Can open doors with your eyes shut.
P-Star, thanks for the follow.
Don't you realize you are one of a kind? Don't you realize you
And as far as a good cheap meter, I would pick up the Paz from Waves. It's probably like 20 or 30 bucks.
And if now I choose to fall in line with you, be the hand that pulls me back to you. We've invented a new kind of love. 'Cause you can open doors with your eyes.
Solid assist. This community rules.
Don't you realize you are one of a kind? Don't you realize you are one of a kind? With your eyes shut, don't you realize you are one of a kind? Just move through the world in stampeding tunnel vision towards what you desire most. Yeah, you try, but the road's alive and winds. So be okay alone. Know that what you do is brilliant. Know that your hands can shape the mold. They can try, but they'll never leave you
And this is a ton of open studio here every single night, starting about 6 p.m. Eastern. If you're working on a mix or would like some fresh perspective, you can send it to my email. It's down at the bottom of the screen. And if you just want to listen to cool music from cool people from all over the world, then it is also a solid hang.
I've been real fine. I've been real fine. Do you ask me for no time?
Super good question. I honestly don't think that I do. I am a pretty big fan of everything. And yeah, this is River Spirit. They're a
We're not the same.
indie band from Detroit.
Is it the rain? Oh no, I feel bad from all the mess. I bloom under duress from all the mess. I bloom under duress. I'm a girl in my zone. Oh, all the places that one could go from off the dome in a home that's a soul.
Yeah, favorite albums, absolutely. So like Disintegration from The Cure is a solid one. Calculating Infinity from Dillinger Escape Plan. That's also a favorite. Joni Mitchell's Blue. Black on Both Sides by Mos Def. Hounds of Love by Kate Bush. Like a little bit of everything. It goes. Just a big fan of music. Pure Rules, definitely a big fave.
Sing it one more time. Constant lullaby. Sing it one more time. Constant lullaby. And it ain't nobody without you. Oh, and it ain't nobody without you. And it ain't nobody without you. Oh, and it ain't nobody without you.
Cool, we got a track. An old one. Always cool to hear some early stuff. Very cool. So, it's old, it's done. I'm not going to go too far into it, but just a couple of observations. So, the loud sections get kind of ridiculously crushed, and you don't do that anymore. So, you've gotten clearly better at that. And then also when the bass drops, it's like very, very heavy towards the very, very lowest end of the spectrum. And now you're much better at grabbing like perceivable bass. Something that hasn't changed is you are letting low end step over the um, uh, the fundamental of the kick. So like same thing, we've got like very clicky kick, no thump from the bass walking. So like that's just kind of carried over. And then something very interesting, because this is like before you were mixing, there is still a very intact mid range here. So I think that you've gotten very aggressive at cutting upper mid range in your mixing process. Maybe you're, taking longer on your mixes and then you're getting ear fatigue. So you're kind of naturally cutting around that region. But like this mix sounds really full and loud and huge. And it's because of that like one move. So there's a lot of stuff to like here, and there's a lot of things to think about on this. But like solid track. But it's cool. You've definitely come a long way. Like listening to this, like a lot of the fundamental moves are much cleaner now. And then it's just interesting to see that it's way less aggressive on mid range cutting here. And yeah. Believe it or not, this is a ton of open studios, which is a thing that happens every single day. Starts at 6 p.m. Eastern. And if you are working on a track and would like to send it in, I'll play it and give you some fresh perspective on it. Emails down at the bottom, guidelines are up top. And if you're not actively making music, you're still in for a good time because we just listened to cool stuff from people all over the world. That's the tag. That is the description. I hope everyone's doing great. And we're also getting some pretty solid Guinness time today. I did make a Guinness emote, so that's going to exist as soon as it gets approved, which should be in a couple of days or so. Pretty stoked. It's his cute little face. Oh, he got shy. Mm-hmm. And okay, so cool stuff that's going to happen in the near future. I am getting a day for Rorik Brooks, who is the guitarist for Cloud Rat, which is, if you're into grind metal, they are top of the line. And it's going to be fun. We're going to do like metal production talk on stream. So I am excited about that. That'll be next week sometime. And then there will be a mix breakdown with Magoo, a super awesome, like Midwestern, like it's kind of like shades of Mike Patton, a little bit of like Midwestern emo, giant, like big rock sound. I did their album, and they're going to release their first single soon, and we'll talk about it on stream. That'll be coming up. And I am reaching out to other people that are doing like cool things in audio on the like, the medium side of the industry, and it's going to be really cool to get all those perspectives. And that's going to be something that I think will become a more regular part. Hopefully get something cool happening like once a week. Aiming for that. I have a client lining up on like an Americana album, and we're gonna see if I might do like discount work for them, and in exchange I'll do it on stream. So that might be like, sometime possibly in the next few days or next week. It might turn into just like an all-day stream of just like a EP mix, and just seeing, dialing in those little details and making sure everyone's comfortable with everything. But I figure that's a cool way to cut a little bit of a, do a little bit of a deal, and then get some cool stuff for the stream. So we'll do that. Yeah, so I'm working on getting some like extra stuff happening on stream because it's fun and it's cool to hang out with y'all. So little bits of bonus content action. Whoa, thanks for the subscription. That rules. You'll get that Guinness emote as soon as Twitch deems it appropriate. Oh, and also, send me an email. Folks who subscribe, I want to put, like, if you have any, like, a single or anything that you want promoted, I will put a link in the patron promo website. So if you just send me that, and maybe also send like an image, because if it's just a graveyard of links, I think it'll look kind of not amazing. So just email me that, and I'll have like a permanent little advertisement for you. Oh, right on. Yeah, it's awesome to have you. Yeah. Oh, totally happy to help you out. Um, that's what we're here for, and yeah, never hesitate to ask for some help here and there. Whoa. That rules. Thanks, Shrek. Let's see. And I was just going to say, clipping the channel is always appreciated. And we've got something. Let's check it out. What did we grab from the... What has the internet brought us to? Let's react it. Let's react Andy to the exact. Let's fractal in to the stream and see what we got. And also, yeah, sometimes it doesn't go great, and that is a normal part of life. Oh, it's some of my Mr. Rogers stuff. Well, that's wholesome. Max, how's it going? Thanks for the subscription. Yo, Max is really cool, y'all. They're a excellent drummer, and they popped in a few days ago, and I checked out their stream the other day, and I highly recommend it. I'm raking in $250 at a time. Yeah, no problem. Right on. Yeah, again, this is River Spirit. They're just they're a really, really cool indie. They're a 3-piece from Detroit. I just like them a whole lot. They told me I could play their music on stream, so perfect. Which, Vanessa, who fronts it, they actually gave me my tattoo, which is, I guess, dog cam. Why not? We're in between tracks. We'll do let's do some ink. Cool people doing cool things.
promises to come in. Well, our lady sleeping. We promised each other we'd meet again. We'd meet again. We'd meet
Well, I'm trying to make it a little bit less awkward. We have background music. We have Guinness. But like as of right now, I think that you can like remind me to drink water and like do like the normal like message highlights and stuff. So there's, if anyone has any cool channel point ideas, I'm open to suggestions. Oh, you could destroy me with water. That's just a straight up drowning. I'm not gonna do jumping jacks. Though, has everyone seen the disapprove? Maybe it could be fun audio things. Sound effects or something.
It's getting harder to act like I don't wanna need. It's getting harder to fight the fear of being unseen. It's getting harder to claim agency. Wherein the aperture excludes me. It's getting harder to fight the fear of being unseen. Seen. It's getting harder to claim agency. Wherein the actor excludes me. Sometimes I feel like, what can I do but play the game? Have I wasted my time fighting the frame? Sometimes I feel like
Invisible Moon, thanks for the follow, and welcome to the stream. If you're working on some music and want to send it in, I'll play it and offer some fresh perspective on the mix. And if you want to just listen to cool music, then that also is a solid way to spend time.
if I could slow down, put my feet on the ground for one more day. Could turn around, see it all unfold now. It'll take about another day.
Yeah, the most recent thing that I've done is that Magoo album. So that'll come out soon. I'm very stoked on that. And then yes, there's the Magoo thing, and then wrapped the full length for my band, which is it's just it's like a whole massive thing. It actually, the demos wound up winning a like big local Detroit artist grant, so that was really sweet. But delaying release until touring is possible again, so that's gonna be a ways off, unfortunately. But again, like once that's out, I'll be able to do like mixed breakdowns on it, and I'm also very excited for that thing to exist out in the world. But yeah, it's been a little slow with winter kicking in and the general state of like people not being able to tour and stuff. But yeah, and then that Americana album just came across my desk, and hopefully it works out that I can do it on stream. Oh, yeah, totally. I do a little bit of synthesizing and electric violin stuff, but I'm I'm definitely I am not a songwriter at all. It is definitely a thing that I have given my absolute best shot at, and I am lucky enough to currently work with a bunch of amazing songwriters, and I've worked with amazing songwriters for like pretty steadily for the last like 12 years. And it's just that, when you work with someone like pretty closely who just clearly has that dialed in, it's I'm just like I will stay in my lane. And if we want to, but I guess without any prep or anything, I could just show you I could show you something kind of ridiculous. All right, let's do some really fuzzed out heavy metal violin tone. This is like in normal times, I I tour a lot and I just do solos. Like that's like my job. Which when paired with like a really good songwriter who can kind of like rein me in, and then my job is to just go and do something really exciting for 20 seconds and then just kind of like comp and hit like pads on a synthesizer and a sampler. And it's sweet. It's really good. But then like on my own, I just like, I'm absolutely a noodler. And I need someone who like actually writes like substantive things. I know it. But we might as well just noodle for a second. So that's like, uh, no, Guinness loves it. Mason, as far as taking a break in mixing, it's like I say, like mix fast so that that doesn't really become an issue, and then mix at a volume that works. And it's generally like I hit an end of a stage of a mix and then I go grab a snack or something. It's like pretty loose like that. Yeah, so like that gets like really I got just like a simple setup, and then, you know, normal life I go and I just go weedly 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 wee, uh like crowd surf a little bit. It's pretty sweet. And tapping isn't really doable, but you kind of don't need to, because of the like the neck's pretty small, so you can get like bottom to top pretty quickly. There's kind of like a violin sweep pick that's cool. I'm pulling up a cleaner patch. Yeah, that's so like that's cool. Violin's cool. Uh, you know what? Let's add uh I'm gonna add a shred violin channel point redemption. That's fun. That's like a fun thing for the channel. Yeah. Cellos are expensive. Violins are expensive. It's kind of like why I switched to electric violin. I mean, first off, I think it's sweet, and I like to play in rock bands for sure. And then it's also like I did like acoustic electric for a little bit. I think that anything is good for learning, in all honesty. Like if you find an instrument that feels comfortable and it, you know, you develop a good uh relationship with it. It's kind of a pain. I mean, it's kind of cool because you can practice silently, you know? But then you don't have any like natural resonance and it doesn't sound great when it's not plugged into anything. So, you would have to get like a headphone thing and like a pedal or two to make it work. Yep, absolutely. Response on electric strings is pretty good these days. It feels pretty natural once you run it into like impulse response and all that. Um, yeah, decent to learn on that way. And yeah, I switched to just full on because I was doing like acoustic electric because I was like, oh, the tone's a little bit better. But then it was just like this constant like nightmare of like feedback and also being worried about breaking it if I was like stage diving or whatever. And yeah, so I switched to just solid body electric and then like never looked back. And I honestly I reach for it more and I practice more and it's just more fun and I like the like and it's Kaido, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, totally. I could just put it into an amp. I was doing amped electric, but it's like the voicing isn't amazing from electric violin into an amp, so I switched to just modeling pedals. So I'm using like a Line 6 Helix and I can load up a few impulse responses and then dial in an EQ that works just way better um for the voicing. Yeah, Kaido, do you have any tracks? Yeah, I feel like I can get a pretty decent acoustic sound using impulse responses. And you could totally get an IR loader um, on your DAW, and I think it would be convincing. That would be awesome. I'd be happy to give you some pointers on stuff. And like I was, so kind of like overall, what I was saying is like an electric string instrument is um, to get one that is good is way cheaper than getting an acoustic string instrument of that same level as good. Like you could probably grab a very good electric cello for under $1,000, but you would never in your entire life be able to grab a good acoustic cello at that rate. So I think that the price point is friendlier on the electric strings, and they're really flexible and they're really cool for the modern era, and so on and so forth. I'm like an advocate. I am literally like an electric string like ambassador. So, and I guess I don't like to flex that much. I'm like a sponsored artist for this really cool synth company from Poland called Second Sound, and they make this really sweet pedal that takes like any signal and then can convert it into MIDI or control voltage, and you can control synthesizers with it. While we're waiting for that video, let me pull up my. It's like really silly. Yep. All right, this is it. Lighting's bad. I didn't know how to use a camera yet. Here y'all go. Oh no! Everyone pour one out for Kaido's CPU. Productions by DT. Thanks for the follow, and thanks for the track. It's cool to have you here. We're just, we've gotten into kind of a loose hang, but always happy to listen to tracks.
DT94.
It has a video game quality to it for sure. All right, so I'm just gonna punch in. There's a video that'll kind of summarize just an overall thing with this track. So basically, this song, I'm pretty sure is good, but you are just like crushing your mix with that kick, and then the low end is really, really centered in kind of an inefficient place to center your low end. And then the elements of like kick and sub and bass, it's all, we've kind of got everything locked into that rhythm. But we're not getting like any thump out of the kick, and it's just kind of a indistinct low end, and it's also just punishing your mix to the point where it's just the sheer volume of it is like crushing it. And then it's also like you've got the saturation on the kick, and then that is pushing into the vocal clarity like pretty heavily. And I'm pretty sure that those vocals are awesome. and that they sound great, but they're just getting clouded and wiped out by all of that. And then in addition, I think that you're just crushing that kick so much. We also are stepping into a gain staging territory where, I would saturate it less. And so basically, there's also a lot of clipping just baked into the track. And that's, I can just guess that from the very beginning, you're pushing and pushing and pushing with this kick, and then you're pushing everything against it, and you're just kind of cramming everything up against a wall. And then with gain staging, you would be able to. My favorite color is not red. Thank you for the follow. You would be able to set a lower target on your DAW, not using a limiter, not using anything. You set your peak values lower, turn up your monitors, turn up your headphones to provide that volume, and then you're no longer mixing up against an obstacle, which is the final clipping output, and then you're going to make a cleaner mix and a fuller, fatter, huger mix. So this goes all the way back to the beginning of your workflow. So, in summary, first off, the great thing, that vocal is really, really good. And I definitely, I just want to be able to hear it. So, the moves in the low end, you're cranking up 30 to 60 hertz, and basically no system, most systems in the world, don't reproduce accurately and efficiently down to 30. You have to have a subwoofer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And in subwoofer situations, then for a listener and for someone who has a sub, they have their sub dialed in to be the right level of sub for their room. And in a live situation, if this track got played at a local club or whatever, their subs are dialed in to be the volume for the room. So when you focus on just tossing raw volume at that sub level, all you're doing is taking away from the maximum amount of loudness that your track can have. So you'll just suffer on the back end. So low end energy is concentrated there, and then that's just causing a lot of clipping and crushing and so on and so forth. So just pulling away info from there, cutting space for the kick somewhere in the 50, 60, 70, 80 region, letting the kick live there, and then letting the bass go and live and be real fat in 100 to 200. That's where we get the most perceivable bass, is 100 to 200. So a couple octaves up from where it is right now. You refocus it there, and then your low end is going to be way more dialed in, and it's going to sit in a format that's more standardized with the music industry, so that when the track gets played in a club that has a subwoofer, the club is doing the low end boost that you're doing in your mix. So it's hat on a hat. All you're pre-boosting what's already going to be boosted, so it'll sound there's just no sonic benefit of doing this. The club, if they care, already has it dialed in for you. So the industry is generally producing flat frequency response mixes with a little bit of a bump where you want it to bump. And this is just wildly bumping at 30. So it would sound weird played back between industry tracks. So there's that. And then the other thing, the gain staging thing, that's about and you could look up a billion videos on it, and Fourth is going to cut the feed. Fourth is going to moderate me out of my own stream. So gain staging is controlling your levels from plugin to plugin, from track to track, up to the master output. And it's basically about keeping your levels between -18 and -12-ish from track to track, and then your final output is going to be looking somewhere between like -12 and -6 by the end of the mix. So you've got headroom on your master fader so that when you do final moves, you have room to make them. And then from plugin to plugin, you might be clipping your plugins because they have depending on the plugin, they have an amount of gain that they can take, and the plugin will internally distort. And something is clipping in your mix. So it might just be that you're pushing everything into the master fader and you're clipping the master fader and then you're throwing a limiter on it to catch clips, but it's still clipping. Or you've got clipping earlier in the chain on a plugin or a channel somewhere. So that has to get addressed, and it has to get addressed on a global level in your workflow. So cool, Kaido, I'll check it out in 1 second. So basically with gain staging, it's you use a plugin, you make your changes, and then you adjust the gain on the plugin if the plugin has a gain output. And then if the plugin doesn't have a gain output, you put a gain plugin between that plugin and your next plugin. So you make your changes, and then you dial the gain in so that the track remains about the same level as when you started it. This makes sure that you're not clipping plugins, and also it makes it so that you're making decisions that are better. Because Fletcher Munson effect is super, super real. The human ear perceives louder sounds as better sounds. So if we're EQing something and all we're doing is adding volume, or if we're compressing something and just adding volume, we're not necessarily going like, hey, I made this sound better with my decisions about my compression settings or my EQ settings. All you're actually hearing is, I made this louder. So by making a change on a compressor and EQ and then gaining it back to its original volume, if after that you can go, yeah, it definitely sounds better now, then that means that you made a better decision. So there's that. And then you're not clipping your plugins, and you're not clipping your master. And then additionally, okay, sometimes we want to saturate a plugin. Absolutely. Now it's your choice. It's not just a thing that's happened in the mix. So by doing that, and then also also louder sounds sound better. That is real. So when it comes time to decide that, hey, I want this kick to be a little bit louder, like in the mix, then we dial it in on purpose. And it's not just a thing that has happened by the end of the mix. It's like at some point in the chain, you're like, yeah, I'm going to drive it just a little bit harder. And then you can steadily dial it in instead of just like flooding stuff from the beginning. So the song is really good, and I really like the production, I like the instruments, I like the vocal and all of that, but this kind of needs a philosophical rework from the beginning, and then you're going to nail it. All right, and Kaido, I am downloading your mix. Gain staging is Bay. All right, let's give this a listen. Clipper to squash it and then turn out output. That could be messing it up. Oh, sorry. I'll play your track in a second. Yeah, if any of that didn't make sense, I'm happy to like go through it more. And also I do this every single night at 6 p.m. Eastern, so if you go and you try some stuff and it isn't making sense or it's not working out, we can, reevaluate and get more into it. But yeah, I mean that clipper could be getting like extra clipped. There's just definitely like lots of audible clipping happening in the track and happening like on kind of like everything, and it's definitely like too much. And also, this thing is crazy crushed like at a relatively like we're in like rough mix, medium mix territory, and we would want to have like lots and lots of room to work at this point. And also the huge imbalance in levels, like that kick is probably, or the kick bass conglomerate is overrepresented by a giant amount, and by just reining in levels more consistently from the beginning of a mix, then it doesn't it kind of prevents it from turning into this. And here is the let me grab a video for you. That's a video. I just found it the other day, and it's like a pretty good deep dive into gain staging for electronic music production. So I think it's a solid resource, and it's pretty concise. All right, I am going to dive into Kaido's track. Kaido, is this the track you sent in yesterday? Cool. Wow. Yeah, this is super good. Huge difference in just animating it a little bit more. Like when those drops happen, it's absolutely huge, and it's like really perfectly dialed in where it's very dramatic and effective, but also it's not a huge leap in like we get a little bit of a volume bump, but not that much. It's more about just adding in that texture and everything. It's very nicely done. Um I'm just going to listen again to just a little bit. Yeah, okay. So you are a bit heavy from 30 to 60, and it is eating it. Basically, like, as this is right now, this would kind of be as loud as it could be without getting like it's bordering on almost compressing too much at some of the biggest moments. And it's due to that like sub flood. Um, and as it is, it's like okay right now, but this could be a couple clicks louder. Um, but you would have to back off from that 30 to 60. And regardless, I would still probably back off on that 30 to 60. It's like we're getting a little bit of pumping, we're getting a little bit of overrepresentation. That kick is perfect though. Like you're getting away with that really blown up region because you're so nicely separated and partitioned, and that kick is absolutely thumping every single time it happens. Um Yeah, I'd take 30 to 60. Like if you could go back into the mix, like I would find it's your sub bass is just like it's a little much. I would probably just like go into that and take down the 30 to 60. You'll lose less overall. If you went in on the track itself, and then on the master, yeah, like just like 2 clicks. About 2 clicks louder, and you'd probably be hitting exactly where you need to be. But just like an absolute like gorgeous track, huge work there. Getting picky on this last little bit, but it will open up a little bit more, and it will be able to get just a little bit louder. So I think it would be worth it. Love those, like, that orchestral arrangement is so good. Yeah, and that's an excellent kick. So, folks, if you are hanging out, thank you. That's awesome. If you're working on a track, you can send it to my email. It's atonofrecords@gmail.com. And yeah, that's how the stream works. I'm having an awesome time. Hope everyone else is also having an awesome time. Yeah, absolute huge comfy vibes. right. Let's put on some background tunes. No, not Italian at all, actually. It's all just a bunch of, like, you know, just generic American white guy, basically. A little bit of Swedish, a little bit of Irish.
Me, I fall on my knees in times I know that doesn't feel like home, and always wants to bleed his way to a new free mind.
I just got one of those faces.
Is there bliss in the sea? We're far away from all this I can be. I go to a place, a rapture state, where the only answer is me.
Yeah, it is nice vibes. This is, I'm playing River Spirit. They're an indie band from Detroit. They told me I could use their stuff on stream, and I figured it'd be better to have stuff rather than not have stuff. Let me throw their link in chat.
From the seafloor to the furthest point of space, oh, I can wonder until I'm there. And at that point, will I even care? You took the time it takes to clear the sky of clouds and open up to someone who isn't afraid to help you feel the massive vessels full with tears. Your intelligence is spoken, turning the focus broken. No more doubt about telepathy, and no more doubt in the active space between you and me. I can wonder until I'm there, and at that point, will I even care? To the furthest point of space, no. I can wonder till I'm beneath the seafloor. At that point, will I even care? Yeah.
Yeah, I love Tune Yards.
Admit I have dimmed the light. When you speak volumes over me to define my world from where you're seated, it would make more sense to consider what different views could provide. And my worth will not be placed upon a scale of your design. I changed my mind, I don't wanna go another day reflecting on how I could change the course of yesterday. I changed my mind, I realize it's a condition. Intuition tells me my voice holds more weight than they say. I changed my mind, I speak my mind. You shouldn't have to wish to see it through my eyes to understand. You shouldn't have to wish to see it through my eyes to understand. You shouldn't have to wish. You shouldn't have to wish to see it through my eyes to understand. You shouldn't have to wish to see it through my eyes to understand.
All right, chat. Should we stick around and see if we get another track or two? Or should we go raid somebody? How we feeling? Cool. Let's let this album play out and see if we get a new track. It'd be cool to get like one more new person sending in a track. That would be, send out those vibes. Vibe for a fresh face.
inside when you open the door, and I don't have to look anymore. You're my one and only, and no one can hold me but you. You're my one and only, and no one can hold me but you. Can be my homie. You can come and hold me, show me what's inside when you open the door, and I don't have to look anymore. We could borrow some time away from the inevitable grind of the day, just to kick back, say we did that. 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 On a new day, upon waking, dreams escape. When my eyes glaze in suspicion of worst case, into a fall, choosing no beyond, and into that fall. On a bad day, upon living, fades the blame for the downpour of disasters that I face, into a pit, a day predetermined to be a fool, dissolves my sense of control into a fall. Now that night's come and I found ways to escape, I regress to my imaginative state, and all the grays of the day melt away.
This is a ton of open studio, the chillest music hang on the whole gosh darn internet. Always super fun to be here every single night. Starts at 6 p.m. Eastern. Gonna listen to a few more tunes and then see what happens. Still got some cookie, so.
A good one. That'll be good. That's a good.
You know there's still time and you surely aren't the person you were then. Back then. But every day you wait on the bridge of where you were and where you've been. Looking back at me. Looking back at me. Looking back at me, looking back at me.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, send it on in. Gotcha. Yeah, sometimes it's worth a re-record.
It's in my head, it's in my soul. I want everything I got. It's in my mind, it's in my whole. See if you can make me fall. I want it every way.
It's a bit of a sausage.
I'll take it anyway. If you got it, I want it. Give it over. Hey, hey, hey. Feel it wanna make it water. Hey, hey, hey. Feel it wanna make it wow. It's in my head, it's in my soul. I want everything I got. It's in my mind, it's in my whole. See if you can make me fall. I want it every way. I'll take it anyway. If you got it, I want it. Give it over. Hey, hey, hey. Feel it wanna make it water. Hey, hey, hey. Feel it wanna make it wow.
Yeah, this rules. I really love how the snare is working in this mix. Yeah, I mean, that rules. I do think you would need to re-record it. There's a little bit of that. If you applied like everything that you just learned and did like the Pultec trick on the guitars to kind of thicken them up and move them out of the way, got the bass and the kick working together to get the hugeness and like all of those new things, and you incorporated it on this track, it would absolutely slam. And yeah, the guitar is pulled a little bit to one side, etc., etc., etc. I would absolutely take another crack at this because the song rules. And if you like dialed in that performance again and then just like cleaned up the mix, I think it would be awesome. And folks, let's go ahead and call it for the night. I'm going to send us one of my favorite streamers is live, so we're going to head over there. Got to find their tag. Altarise. They don't take raids, so oh, is raid messaging a thing? I'm a little, I'm a little bit green. Ty, are you Oh, that was yeah, that was Shrek. Oh, okay, okay. Gotcha. A ton of raid. That rules. Well, the person I was gonna send us to doesn't accept raids, so like that bought us a little bit of time. Ty, if you've got a track or something, I'm happy to take a listen. Uh, I had put it out to the Twitch's sphere that I was gonna, if something came in, I was gonna keep on going. So awesome. It would be great to hear another one of your mixes. Cool. I'll be right back. Yeah, sausages are cool. Yes. The secret of the room. The big ass file. Ty, do you have just the audio by chance? This is like 7 gigs. I can strip it if not. Okay, right on, right on. All right. And Treyu might get us clapped. Uh but let's see what happens. Yeah, I'd take a look at another one of your tracks. Right, right. Yeah, we should be good. We'll tread with a little bit of caution. Just the right amount. Yeah, let's take a listen. Yeah, cool. I was gonna ask if there was like a particular one. Should be right about here. Yeah, I mean, that's about everything that you would want out of a live mix. Uh, yeah, great sound in drums, especially for no triggers. Uh, I mean, vocals are crystal clear. Great separation on like kick and bass. Uh, yeah, you couldn't ask for more out of a live situation. Is this just like a 2-track off of the board, or did he do any um, post processing after the fact? What are we hearing? Dope. Yeah, I mean, it really, as far as a board mix goes, it doesn't really get any better than that. You know, that's like that. It just rules. Yeah, Zale, I just downloaded it. Um, yeah. I'm in a room that's tuned flat as a pancake, and then I've got some Genelix and a sub in here. And yeah, I've got zero nitpicky stuff on this. Like, I know that, I know that literally a board mix doesn't get better than this. So, hats off. And yeah, it's actually really perfect because I'm in a like uh they're super near field, and I'm in a slightly weird room. So I'm kind of like taking advantage of that, and it was actually remarkably easy to tune the room and make it happen in like a really minimal way. Because I'm in my cab. I'll definitely check out that video. Um, I'm in my cabin spot, and my Detroit spot is like very elaborate, and I built everything and so on and so forth, and the cabin has to function as both like workspace and also a nice place to relax. So, you know, no crazy construction, no no tearing it down and building it back up. So I had to find stuff that would just work in the given environment. Thank you. Uh, all right, Sale, let's check out this track. And then I've got a Finks track. Yeah, let's definitely check these out. Oh, right on. Yeah, I remember you, Zale. Absolutely. Oh, wait. Saz, yeah, I recognize your
Do
name.
you really wanna save me? Please just know I've fallen down. Please just
Sorry,
know
my
I've
eyes are bad and I
fallen
can't
down.
see.
Wake up to a rising sun. I wanna hide from everyone. I'm sick of all the people who called me sick. I really go out no more. Scared of all the death and gore. People wanna kill me 'cause I'm sick. It's just now I've fallen down. You're leaving me the broken journey. Turning up the bass so loud. I always end up lost, not found. Oh, you really wanna help me? Do you really wanna save me? It's just now I've fallen down. It's just now I've fallen down.
Hey, this is great. So, the mix is good and it's pretty balanced as it is, like a really good low end control. Like moving like bottom to top. There is like an opportunity to get some of like more perceived bass in that 100 to 200. The kick is basically extending from like 250 on down to like 80ish before it starts to collide with sub bass. And that kick could be smaller and punchier. And then we could also get some like consistent low end up in that like bass region. Like that would be an option on it, but as it is, like it is balanced within itself. So that's cool. Vocals sound great, song is great. There's that like bottle sample. And it's like really sharp, like right at 2K. And it's also like the sound is hot in the mix, and it's also hot at 2K specifically, so that will be an ear killer in a lot of situations. So that just stands out. I would just like bring that sound back in the mix a little bit, and so on and so forth. And then it's kind of like there's so like, and then once you do that, then we've got kind of that whole spicy region from like 3K to 6K where we could get a little more energy out of the mix, especially like if the bass got fatter in that 100 to 200, then we could definitely balance it out. Like it makes sense as it is. Like if we got the spicy sparkles in that 3K to 6K, on the mix as it is, it would feel hyped and like there wasn't enough bass. But if we kind of get the bass to fatten up a little bit, then we can also lift this mix a little bit. And then I would just point back to like it is clipping, and you did this in 15 minutes. Incredible. Really, really good, like, writing and all that. And if you just, like, dialed in your flow so that, like, a 15-minute mix was just, like, cleaner from the outset, then, more room for stuff later down the line in production. So, but, this is very good. It's just, a couple of things to tighten up there. Yeah, I mean, a good master is only as good, like, good mix equals good master. So, like, I wouldn't be that concerned about your mastering rack unless you're trying to do too much in mastering, or, workflow, meet halfway, try to do, a little less in the beginning. Would be like a Yoda philosophy suggestion, but track rules and it sounds great. Yeah, absolutely, anytime. I love it when you stop by. This is a super cool track. Okay, thanks. Let's go ahead and put in this Synth Nerd track. That is some nice kick thump. Yo, I mean that's really good. That's clean stuff. Great low end control. Uh yeah, absolutely. Send in your second mix. I'm still going. Um hmm. Okay, it might have been maybe we're clipping somewhere in the broadcast chain. But let me just I'll headphone for a second. Cool. So, cool. So just, temporary thing. Um the so all I was going to say about it is it's really really good, but it's like basically all I would want to do on this is take like a high shelf and just lift it like 3 dB from 300 on up and just brighten the whole thing a little bit. It's a little bit weighted down low, and it's just kind of like a universal, like bringing everybody just a little bit, like a little more definition in the mids, a little more, a little more edge in the upper mids, and just kind of like everything up above 300 a little bit. Uh, would be the only thing that I'm looking for on this. This is awesome. It rules. Okay, got another track from Young. Second mix. They gain staged, left some headroom, avoided clipping. Oh, I've got like 2 days of tracks on here.
DT94.
Kick bass, great, thanks. Yeah, clipping's much better. Thanks. Glad you're happy. Get some good sleep. All right. So this is in a much better place and it's going to be easier to work with. So clipping's gone. Awesome. Huge thing accomplished. What is your monitoring like? What are you listening on? And tell me more about that. Ty, send it in and let's see how I'm feeling after I dial in this. Okay, so yeah, you're on headphones. I kind of figured it was either headphones or like KRKs in an untreated room. So I think that you are making a good mix for you, but it does not translate. Like I can tell that the vocals are really, really good, and I can tell that they're just really that they're that like I can tell that the track is good, but it's literally just absolutely dominated by that kick. Like ridiculously so. And on headphones, okay, yeah, even if it's like backing vocals, it's like literally everything above 100 hertz is super underrepresented in this beat. Like, if you want it to just be kick drum, then you've accomplished it. Like, if that is your artistic decision, but it doesn't sound like a full beat. It doesn't sound like a full it doesn't sound full basically. It just sounds like a very, very loud kick drum over like a vague musical idea. So all like the vocals, the music, the synths, like all of the rest of the song, I think is good, but it's just absolutely buried by that kick. And it makes sense if you're doing headphones because headphones are going to overrepresent the mid-range and the upper mid-range to you, so you're going to be cutting in those areas probably too much. And especially since you're routing your sound between 30 and 60 hertz. Headphones are just not going to reproduce that efficiently. So you're cranking that region because the headphones can't keep up. And then you're just scooping out basically every bit of detail above 200. But then, like, the kick is extending, like, the kick bass sub conglomerate is just extending all the way up into, like, 250. So, like, that's, like, 30 to 250 is most of your mix. And then everything above that is just really, really, really buried. And we've got, like... we have, like, snaps and claps and hi-hats and everything. But, like, basically I would just turn that kick down, like, yeah. Level out the kick a little bit more. And if you turn that kick down and you're like, where'd the kick go? Then you're going to need to EQ those elements more because, like I said, you're putting all of your energy from 30 to 60 still. And if you moved it so that it was more centered in the 60 to 80 range, then you're going to be like, there it is. Like, it'll translate better. And it's like, if you are heavily EQing the melody, then yeah, back off of it. It sounds empty. It sounds like too much stuff has been cut away. So level out that low end a little bit, and then more detail in melody stuff, and then this thing will sound full. But you did dial out the clipping, and this is in a much better place, and it's in a much more reasonable position to be worked with. So, like, that's awesome. That's a huge chunk of work. And then, yeah, like, the workflow for headphones when you're stuck in a headphone monitoring situation is you just kind of have to get used to these moves that you're going to be too cutty with mid-range, and you're going to over-represent low end. Like 9 times out of 10, while you get used to doing it. All right. My dogs have decided that something very bad is happening. There is nothing happening. So, Ty, let's save that track for later. Somebody's got their 2-year streamiversary having. Their 2-year streamiversary happening. Let's go see what that's like. Yeah. You're in good shape. Just level it out a little bit, and I'm here every single night, 6 p.m. It's been awesome. I will see everybody soon. Have a good one.
Atonuv, 5 folks, welcome in. I see a dog picture. I see a dog.